Good evening, everyone. I hereby call this meeting to order. It is 6:01 p.m. Next item on the agenda is count of my making sure that my board members are here. If you're here, please state your name. Starting
Jessica
from my right.
Ochoa, present.
Carlos Margo, present.
Anita Chavez, present.
Alisa Peña, present.
Celso Gomez Jr. present.
And we are, I did hear that Dr. Rosalba Hernandez may be a little late, but right now we do have quorum. Next item on the agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to do so, I ask that you stand and please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, welcome everyone to our board meeting tonight. We'll go ahead and start off with our staff recognitions. I am going to ask that Dr. Carlos Margo and Ms. Alyssa Peña, our secretary, if you could make your way to the front of the dais. Agenda item number 4 will be staff recommendation or staff recognitions. Recognizing Camarena Elementary School faculty and staff for their 2024-2025 achievement growth. This will be presented by Blanca Cantu. Blanca? And Dr. Little?
Blanca's wearing a bow tie today.
Okay, there you go. You've changed Blanca in the last month, but go ahead. You may proceed. Sorry, Dr. Little.
There we go. And part of the school is coming down. The principal is almost here in like perfect homage to what we're about to celebrate the school for. She had an incident that she had to deal with, and so her leadership continues to show forward in that way. But board and community, we could not be more excited tonight to recognize the incredible work, commitment, perseverance, like passion and leadership that was demonstrated by Camarena Elementary last year. We're going to obviously share a presentation later this evening to show our STAR results and accountability results from last school year. And when we do that, we will shout out Camarena again, but they really deserve this special moment of recognition and appreciation for what they have done. Under the leadership of Principal Dulce Diaz and their administrative team, teaching staff, support staff, the entire community of Camarena Elementary, they are the only school to do a few things in La Joya ISD last year. They are the only school not only to maintain their A rating, but to actually improve it and earn a stronger A rating in the district. Woo-hoo! Yes. They are also the only school to earn every distinction possible that the Texas Education Agency awards schools in the state of Texas. And so like those three things, being an A-rated school, improving their A rating, and earning all distinctions truly sets Camarena apart, not only here in La Joya ISD, but in all of the state of Texas. And we're so proud and thankful for the work that you've done. We probably have all heard that they accept nothing but the best at Camarena. And like that is so true by these results. And again, the passion you bring, the commitment to really embracing the change and the leadership required for your students. You did this in the midst of new curriculum, changing instructional expectations, new resources that we were bringing forth into your classrooms and into campuses. And you really have shown La Joya ISD that not only is it possible to be the best, it is possible to be the best through moments of change that require really excellent leadership and dedication and perseverance to that work. So hopefully you take this moment of recognition tonight back to your campus and community, continue to dig in and honor all of what you're bringing to students every day, and know that you are seen, appreciated, and valued from all of us here in La Joya ISD.
Congratulations. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. I can see how excited you are. Congratulations. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Great job. Great job. Congratulations. Love your shirt.
Nothing but the best.
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you.
Please, let's congratulate them.
That's a team right there. I'm going to be part of it. Ms. Diaz, before you leave, would you like to say anything? I mean, what an accomplishment.
Aside that I'm a very, very proud principal, I'm very blessed to work amongst such dedicated individuals. I know that day in and day out, they go into those classrooms with their heart where it should be, and they do what's best for our students. And I'm so proud of everything that they do because of their willingness and their dedication. That's where we're at. That's why we have that A and those 6 distinctions. So guys, congratulations. You deserve it. And I love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Diaz, I can tell that it means a lot to you, so thank you for that. And thank you for the nice words, and thank you for recognizing not only those that are here today, but those that couldn't make it. So thank you for that. Yes, Marcy, Dr. Sorensen?
So I just want to take this moment, Ms. Diaz, you exemplify our strategic plan, priority 1, excellence in leadership. Your teachers represent exactly what it is that you set forth in your campus, which is a culture of excellence, high expectations, love, compassion, and through change and change management, you locked arms and you said, we can do this and we will do this because it is what is best for our students. And so you exemplified the yes, we can attitude every single day. And that is a piece that makes all the difference in the world. Our teachers need support from their leaders every single day as they do the hard work in the classroom to make a difference with our students. And so I really want to pause and tell you thank you for leading really hard work and exemplifying our first priority, which is excellence in leadership. And then to our educators, you are truly nothing but the best. You have done the hard work of not only making sure that our children succeeded academically, but felt cared for, seen, heard, and continued to grow beyond where they were. And so that not only takes your hard work day in and day out in the classroom, but also outside of the classroom. That level of planning, that level of intentionality, and that level of, I'm going to use the other I word, internalization. So you're giggling because you know that that is no small feat, is really the hard work that Camarena teachers really took on last year, and you're continuing to take on this year. And so I am grateful for the work that you're doing together as a team on behalf of our students. So I am so grateful and proud of you, each and every one of you. Thank you.
Well said, Dr. Sorensen. Our next item on the agenda is our public comment section or portion of tonight's meeting. If anyone signed up, we do remind everyone that you do have 3 minutes. We ask that you state your name, and after 3 minutes, our Vice President, Ms. Chavez, will inform you that your time is up. Do we have anyone that signed up?
We do not have anybody signed up for public comments tonight.
Seeing that we don't have anyone that has signed up for public comment, let's move on to item number 6, Lone Star Governance. This 6.1 will be the performance reporting 2024-2025 STAR accountability rating and response to data. Dr. Little, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, board members, and superintendent. We are here tonight to share a comprehensive look at some of our work over the past year and the results from that work, specifically related to our STAR accomplishments, achievements, and areas of growth, as well as our accountability ratings at the district level and across our campuses. Most importantly, we're here tonight to sort of show how all of that is leading to the improvement work already underway in La Joya ISD. As we continue to honor and work towards the strategic plan that was recently released, our educational excellence, the right of every student vision, and our Lone Star governance goals, we're gonna hopefully paint a picture for you and the community of what that work has looked like and what still lies ahead for us as we move forward. I'm also gonna be joined for part of this presentation by Ms. Crespo, as well as Principal Herrera from Palmview High School to help talk through this. We are always beginning with where we're trying to get to as an organization. And again, we've talked many times as a board and as a community and as a team about this super inspiring and ambitious vision of educational excellence, the right of every student. We are not there yet, and that is going to be clear in tonight's presentation that we are not there yet. We are also going to lay out very clear, actionable steps that we are taking as an organization to get us closer to there on a very quick timeline. We will also share in the presentation later our final statuses for each of these goals. You know, we're now 1 year in of having these student outcome goals. We've given progress updates throughout the year on them, but now that we have this final STAR data, we will be able to share the status for each of these later in the presentation. We also wanted to pause before we dig into the data and the full narrative, just to remind us of what we're actually striving for our students and what some of this terminology means as we look at the STAR data. When you established our student outcome goals, we had a lot of conversation around the level of expectation that those goals were really about. And that's ensuring that all of our students are able to achieve on grade level outcomes. So if we have a third grader, we need that third grader to be able to do third grader things. Same thing with our 8th graders for goal 3 and ultimately our high school students with goal 4. That means as we share this data tonight with our STAR results, we are looking at that meets or better level of achievement. It's also helpful for us in the community in particular to remember that even when a student gets to the meets level, they may still need support to be ready for the next grade level. Or in the case of college, you may still have students, up to 40% of students who may still need remediation at the collegiate level, even though they were at meets grade level or above in their K-12 time. But all of our data continues to be focused at this level because it gives our students the best chance of being competitive and being ready for what's going to come next, whether that's the next grade, college, career, or other life pursuits. We've put this executive summary together. This is like a one-page place if folks don't want to look at the rest of the presentation after tonight and just have the takeaways of what we've shared. That's what is here. We're going to unpack this more through our discussion this evening, so I'm not going to spend time on this slide because we're going to share this throughout. But did want folks to know that this is a place where you can see our analysis, our ownership, and our own accountability taking of what we did and what we see in the data from last year, as well as what we've already begun to do this school year to address our path forward and ensure that we are on that path to excellence. So let's start with some framing as we dig into this. And part of this framing is a look at our own history and context within La Joya ISD. And part of it is looking at the broader context of what organizations go through when they are intentionally pursuing significant change for the purpose of transformation and improvement. And Ms. Crespo and Principal Herrera are going to join me for part of this discussion. But to begin, we do want to clearly state what our analysis of our data is. And we're going to unpack this with the actual data slides forthcoming. But we know that this district has been on academic decline. You can see that in our data. I had the opportunity to stand here last fall and co-present that data to you. Whereas we look since COVID, the district has been losing ground academically. We can see that in 2022, 2023, 2024. All of that is before last year ever happened. And that's important context to keep in mind because we use those prior data points of showing that there was academic need, real urgency to improve what students are receiving in the classroom and the outcomes that they are earning to make intentional instructional and academic changes in the organization. That's a big part of what we did last year. We started the process of using high quality instructional materials. Last year was focused on pre-K, math, and science in particular. This year, we're obviously rolling in reading language arts, but those instructional changes of using state and board approved materials were in direct response to the academic decline that the district had been on. We also, and this is what my colleagues will talk more about in just a few minutes, we are intentionally trying to recognize and move from the fact that as an organization, we have actually been working to do the wrong things as well as we can, to moving to doing the right things with excellence. We're going to talk through more what that means, but that is a theme that's going to come through the entire discussion tonight, this notion of moving from the wrong things well to the right things well. The other thing we wanted to level set just at the very beginning are things that I, as Chief of Academics and School Leadership, our broader cabinet team, academics and school leadership team here at the central level have really dug into and accept as our responsibility and accountability to these results. And these are all actionable things that we are already working to make improvements around. So number one here, quite proud, and we just celebrated one campus that did this exceptionally well, that we made the intentional shift to high quality instructional materials. No longer was a La Joya ISD student simply relegated to test prep packets in the classroom or just focused on STAR preparation as the key focus. Actually bringing authentic, grade level, best in class, research-based curriculum into the classroom. What we did though, is we accepted superficial implementation of that curriculum. We would walk into a classroom, we saw them using the right books, they had the right materials out, but the depth and quality of that work was not where we needed it to be. And so our real focus on making sure that we are going deep in this work, and a phrase that we have now stolen from one of our partners, which is really, I think, exemplifying of this, not just having implementation fidelity, I can turn the page in the book and be in the right place in the curriculum and sort of follow the script, but having implementation integrity, where I am bringing that to life in my classroom, specifically responsive to the students in front of me and making the progress and adjustments along the way to ensure that they are getting the instruction, the first instruction and the support after that to get to and stay on grade level. The other thing that we've really grappled with and recognized is bullet number 2 here. I shared with you several times throughout last school year progress on our use of supplemental resources, specifically Lexia on the reading side, Zern and Mathia on the math side. And we shared with you heat maps that we would put out every week to schools to show whether they were meeting those basic usage targets. And our campuses were, like they were knocking it out of the park when it came to those basic expectations. What we've since learned in digging into this data and accepted as things that we need to change and improve systemically is two parts to this. One, basic usage alone is not sufficient. You got to actually, again, go deep, have quality, and number two, not substitute time on that supplemental resource for what should be teacher-led small group time with students. So for example, if we have one of those resources that says you should get to 90 to 120 minutes a week, we got to 150 to 180 minutes a week. That's how much our campuses were trying to comply and commit to here is the resource, I'm gonna do it really well, you told me to, and I wanna be green in this report every week, to missing the bigger picture that 90 to 100 is really important, but when we get past that, we've lost teacher time with students, and that teacher-led small group instruction unique to the four of us and the skills that we need to work on is a sacrifice we can't make this year. So that's one of the adjustments you'll hear us talk about more at the end. And the last piece is looking at data more often, more rigorously, and more collaboratively as an organization. We spent a lot of time in board meetings with you sharing progress updates, but we did not spend an adequate amount of time outside of board discussions really digging into that, really to drive smaller, quicker, continuous improvement along the way. Part of this will come in some adjustments we made this year with frequency of how we're going to look at that data, which we'll share, but just making sure that from classroom teachers to campus leaders to central office teams and ultimately to you as the board, that we all have more frequent, more actionable information, and we're taking the time and intentionality in building the systems to do that. So it's not just, hey, once in January, maybe once in May when we get MOI and EOI map, that we're able to see that journey and make those changes. So before we dug into any data, before we started to outline part of our transformation journey, did want to very transparently, humbly, and honestly just say, like, here's part of our story. Here are places where we didn't get this right. And those are areas that we are taking on full steam ahead to make the systemic corrections and improvements needed to get better results for our students. So with that in mind, I want to share a bit of context, and then Ms. Crespo and Principal Herrera are going to come up here. As we talk about the district being on academic decline, we actually pulled this slide out of the quality schools analysis that we shared last fall. When we presented that, we looked at the district's change in accountability ratings from 2022 to 2024. Again, before curriculum was ever changed, before instructional shifts happened in the district. And what we saw here last fall is that 71% of our schools in that 2-year period had gone in the wrong direction. Like you see negative numbers there, where their accountability rating was declining over time. Again, that was part of the impetus behind the instructional shifts that we made. The other thing we can see, and we wanted to pull out this school example, to the principals of Tabasco, Chavez, and La Jolla, this example is not about you directly and those schools, but it does help us see something really clearly that we were missing, and I think part of the community hasn't fully understood because the data hasn't been shared like this. So let's unpack what's going on here. We have an elementary, a middle, and a high school that all like feed together. So most Tabasco students go to Chavez, most Chavez students end up at La Jolla or De Zavala, whatever the school configuration may be, but they all generally end up together at La Jolla High School. Now, granted, this is not that 12-year journey, so this isn't looking 12 years ago at where a Tabasco student was and 12 years later in La Jolla. This is all 2024 data, just a snapshot in time across these 3 schools. All 3 schools in 2024 had a B rating. And you see at Chavez and at La Jolla a fairly high B rating, an 89 and an 86. Those schools were proud of that rating, rightfully so. Every school should be celebrated for getting really strong results. And we have to recognize what's underneath that rating. So part of what we've included here, if we look at Tabasco, for example, you see the 4 areas that are rated in the accountability system: domain 1, 2A, 2B, and 3. We're going to remind you of what those are later in the presentation. For now, what's important is to note that across all 3 schools, we see that light gray shading, all 3 schools got their most points in domain 2B, which is looking at our achievement relative to other schools in the state that have similar demographics to us. Our maximum points were not coming from just pure achievement of students at the meets or higher level. That's what domain 1 is. So we're really taking our relativeness to other places as how we're getting our results. The other thing we want to call out here, and here's the part that easily gets missed when we just look at the B rating, is the STAR data. Back to, are our students able to do on grade level expectations and things? We see at Tabasco, we got 49% of students at the meets plus level. Chavez was at 48. La Jolla drops to 38. None of those schools had more than half of their students on grade level in the year that they earned that B rating. If we look at La Jolla High School more closely, we're also showing college ready measures, how students did on the AP exam, the ACT tests, or the TSI, passing both reading and math. At best, we got 1 out of 5 students to the college ready level in TSI. At worst, with ACT results, we didn't even get to 1 in 10 being ready for college. And so this is part of the context of why we've got to continue to rigorously and urgently pursue instructional transformation in the district. We will have a B rating again. We will have a higher B rating as we pursue our North Star over the next 5 years. And we're going to be proud of that. We're going to celebrate our campuses for that work. At the same time, we have to ensure that we're bringing our students along so that they are truly ready for what comes next and they're able to compete with anyone else in the state, country, or world. And that means changing the level of students who are on grade level in the district. Another way to say the same story, just a different representation here, but also I think helpful. If we look at this chart, we see the tall 2 bars are graduation rate and CCMR readiness. La Jolla has rightfully been proud that its graduation rates and CCMR statuses are high, in the 90%. That means that more than 9 out of 10 students are graduating. You know, they're getting their diploma and they're able to move on. The other reality that we've started to unpack over the last year and is a huge focus for us moving forward is all these other bars on the slide. Yes, we've got to ensure our students are ready to graduate and earn their diploma. We also have to ensure that they're ready for what comes next after they cross that graduation stage. That means we've got to do better at having students being able to read on grade level. In 2024, only 36% of our 3rd graders were able to do that in reading, and you see here it's a little more in reading, but we see 36% here in math. By the time we get to Algebra 1, we did a little better, but that's still less than half of our students able to do Algebra 1 on grade level. And again, as we look as a district at those college-ready rates, we get to TSI at 1 out of 4 students, about 25% across the district, but still in the low single digits when we look at ACT competitiveness or students passing their AP exams. So the instructional changes that we made last year were in response to this data and this trend to turn the tide. You're going to see tonight that tide hasn't fully changed yet. That's part of the research context that my colleagues are about to lay out for you. It is, however, still the right work that we need to do to ensure that La Jolla ISD is doing the right work well so that we will have excellent outcomes for our students in the district. So now, Ms. Herrera, I got to refresh that so you can see a slide. Now, Ms. Crespo is going to join me. Did not know I was going to go back to the beginning. I am sorry.
Well, I have Joseph, Dr. Little working on that. Do any of the board members have any questions up to now on his presentation? No. Okay. Ms. Crespo, you may proceed.
Thank you. So we are continuing framing what we are going to see the rest of the night. And one of the, I want to remind the board and the public is last July, a team of our leaders went to Harvard Public Education Leadership Project. And that team included principals, executive directors, and cabinet members, where we have the opportunity to share and deepen our understanding on management practices and leveraging our system thinking. That has helped us during this process to reflect, grow, and understand where we are and where we want to be. Some of the things that we have learned is that failure is the opposite of success. It's not the opposite of success. It's part of the journey forward in system change experiences. So most of the things that we have been learning, we have summarized it here. There is 4 areas that we are focusing and learning from during the process of analyzing where we are and where we want to be. First of all, organizational learning, where we are seeing different research across the nation. The failure creates opportunities for reflection and deeper learning. We are double loop learning, where we are seeing in the analysis, that preliminary analysis that Dr. Little showed you, where the data is and how to go inside of the surface and understand where we're coming from. Systems change research shows us that complex systems require trial, error, and adaptation. We are implementing and reflecting and showing where we are weak and where we need to grow and be stronger. Innovation and creativity, where setbacks fuel experimentation and creative problem solving, where we are growing and learning how to improve, understanding our community or schools, and where we need to focus our work. Resiliency and leadership. You just saw it on Camarena Celebration. We have amazing leaders that can get it done. Failure builds adaptability, empathy, and diagnostic insight that fuels our interest and the creativity for us to come up with new ideas and reinforce those things that we know work well. Failures in change efforts are not wasted. They are information-rich, opportunities to learn, adapt, and ultimately succeed in shifting systems. And that's where we are. We are in a shifting system. I'm going to introduce something else, and Principal Herrera is going to come and present and show us the next piece of our learning.
Thank you, Ms. Crespo. If I can ask the audience to indulge me just a little so I can frame this next slide. If you don't mind raising your non-dominant hand. If you have a pen, pick up the pen and just sign your name with your non-dominant hand. If you're a lefty, use your right hand. If you're a righty, use your left hand. And just sign your name on the paper. And I'm watching to see if you're actually doing it. Thank you. Just a question, how did that feel? Uncomfortable?
Awkward.
Awkward?
Yes.
Hard? And given the choice, would you go back to your right hand?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, that's some of the growing pains that we had as leaders and as instructors in our district. When we were asked to change things up, when there were different people in different roles, when the systems and networks changed at our district level, and when we had curriculum changes, all of those things were different for our staff members and for our leaders. And so it would be fantastic if everyone did what Camarena did and took to water like a duck swims, but that's not what happened. And usually when we try new things and we're not good at it, and if anyone of us have ever tried being healthier and eating better and exercising, we know that it's hard and we go back to our old habits. That's some of the story of what we've experienced at La Joya ISD when we went through some of these changes. So this slide here is something that they shared with us at Harvard. And I really like that example, that analogy, because they had us do it, writing with your left hand. So when you look at the work that we've done in our district, when it's after COVID, we saw that we were working really hard to getting kids to approaches because that got them to graduate. But getting kids to approaches isn't enough. If we want kids to be college ready, if we want them to have opportunities, if we want them to be able to be good providers for their families, then we have to do more than that. And so that required change. And a lot of us didn't do super well with it. So at Palmview High School, we did the same analogy and we looked at our data and we said, okay, what do we have to do now? And so this chart right here helps explain that. It's not enough to do something like really hard and really well, but if it's the wrong thing, it's not going to be enough. And that's what we've seen in the past. So we took a dive. I mean, at Palmview High School, we also didn't go all the way up like we wanted, and we're hanging on at a B. We want to be better than that. And that's not just Palmview High School. That's the principals at all the campuses at La Joya ISD. So we're going to work really hard at doing the right thing. And right now we're at that little elbow bottom right there. We're going to flex up and we're going to move up. And so this is a very good indicator and an example of what our district has been through. When we saw this when we were at Harvard, it made sense to us. But it's not, when you think about it logically, we've all been through change before, and it's not always easy. And so you put it in perspective and it's true. This is what we experience. Thank you for indulging me.
Mr. President, before they walk off, just want to pause and see if you or others have questions for the two of them.
Members, do you have any questions? I like the analogy. I like the way you did that. That was fun. And it made me think about other things besides the schoolwork. So thank you for that.
I would like to say something. So, and I appreciate all the information you're giving us. It was very informative. What I want to say to the community is that as a parent, I want everybody to understand that we felt the strain and the suffering of our kids working on test prep, right? Pushing our kids to do test prep every day. And it was something that was instilled in our minds, that the educators had to be pushing test prep to all our kids every single day. And you could see it on our kids. They were stressed, they were tired, and I never felt that they were learning. They were just learning information that they needed to pass the test. So I think I want the community to understand that this is something that yes, we reflect our scores and they did go down, but it's not the reflection that we are ready to build from. It's our foundation, and we're going to grow from it. We're going to get to a level where we will rise and get up to those scores that we need to be at. And so I just wanted to kind of throw that in there, and I thank you for this analogy. It's great. It proves it to where we're where we need to be right now. And I want the community and everybody listening to know that this is where we're at, and we're going to build from it. We're going to grow, and we're moving forward. And I thank you.
Mr. Gomez, thank you. That was great. Dr. Little, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, and thanks to both of you. So just to close out this part of our conversation before we dig into the data specifically, we're going to share much more in depth at the end some of these actions that we're taking. But to what Principal Herrera just said, we're at that pivot point where we've got to flex up in that elbow chart. That takes intentionality, it takes shared commitment, it takes a lot of coherence and consistency and clarity in what we are doing as an organization. What we're going to lay out more for you this evening is how we're taking that from the strategic plan into the classroom with very specific expectations for how students experience instruction and support with their teachers in the classroom. But let's look at the actual results. We'll start on the STAR side. So again, all of these are the end of year test results. Then we will look at accountability. For each of these sections, we're going to start, as we do here on this slide, by looking at our own journey in La Joya ISD. How has the district changed over time? There is 6 years of data on this slide. So going back to 2019, before COVID, you can see where we were. For each of the tested grade levels, we're showing you the approaches, meets, and masters rates. Remember, we're specifically focused on the meets level. We then had COVID. There was no assessment done in that period. In 2021, there was limited participation in assessment. 2022 then starts to be a more normalized year, both for La Joya and across the district. It is also helpful to remember how long La Joya ISD was out doing virtual learning. Like over a full year, the district was not physically in classrooms with teachers, and that does have lingering effects for sure. Then that blue part, you'll see this on all of these slides, is when the state redesigned STAR and the expectations within it. So it is difficult to compare 2022, for example, to 2023, because those were different assessments and different expectations. But we wanted to lay out as much of this history as possible. But when we get to 2023, those next 3 years are apples to apples comparisons on the same STAR exam. What we're doing on the far right, where you see the heat map, and again, unfortunately ours is mostly red here, is we are looking specifically at 2024 results and how that changed to last year in 2025. So to take third grade as an example, our meets result in 2024 was 45% of third graders at the meets or higher level. Last year, that dropped to 41%. So we had a loss of 4 percentage points. I do want to call out just on this slide, you see at the top of all these, you see the letters TAPR, that's taper. You might remember Mr. Duque presenting that a few months ago as our final results from 2024. The 2025 data is still estimated. It's a really close estimation, but we will get that final result in October or November. But it should be pretty spot on to what we have here. The takeaway from this, though, is as we look at reading in grades 3 to 8, we see in all areas but one, we actually went down. Fifth grade is the only place that we saw improvement, and we had a 2 percentage point improvement here at the meets or higher level. Again, we commend and appreciate the work of our fifth grade teachers and our schools for that result, and we recognize that we've got significant change and improvement work to do in reading. This is part of why we brought in a new reading curriculum this year, which includes very specific foundational skills in science or reading alignment, particularly in the early grades. When we look at the high school spaces, we see the same trend. It's going down over time. English 1 had less loss here. We went down by 1 point, but English 2 by more at a -4. This is one important way to look at our data. What is our relationship to our past? It's also helpful for us to put that in context of what's happening in the region and the state. So we have this slide format in each of the sections as well. La Joya ISD, again, we took that 24 and 25 column from the previous slides and dropped it in here, so those changes should match. And then we're showing what was true in Region 1 and across all of Texas. What we can see is there's still a significant amount of red here at the Region 1 level, less so at the state level. But again, our one area of growth in fifth grade matches the state, but is less than Region 1. So even while we improved in that area, we've got more work to do to make sure we're not losing ground in competitiveness with our students, with our peers. We'll take a look at mathematics now. Again, format of the slide is the same. What we see here are more stark losses. Like these numbers are higher. You look at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in particular, you got -7 or -9. This is part of that elbow chart journey. We did have a new curriculum in place last year. Teachers were having to learn that. Again, we were overusing and over-relying on our supplemental resources. Now in year 2, you heard the team giggle when the superintendent mentioned internalization, but it is no more figuring out what the curriculum is and how it works. It is being ready in the classroom to teach that. I love the way the superintendent says it. You got to know it like you wrote it. And teachers do. They got to show up every day in the classroom ready in year 2 to be able to deliver excellent and high quality instruction in 6th grade math or in 3rd grade math or whatever grade we are talking about, and do the work before the lesson, during the lesson, and after the lesson through that cycle to make sure that we are delivering that excellence and responding to where students are. We see an even deeper drop here in Algebra 1. This school year is the first year that we're launching HQIM in Algebra 1 and in our high school spaces. So those teachers are adjusting to the Bluebonnet sort of Carnegie-like approach. And what's helpful to remember here is we have 8th and 9th graders taking Algebra 1. 8th graders are taking it as an accelerated pathway, so they're getting further in their math journey. Those results are generally incredibly high. Like 90+% of students are generally at the meets level when they are taking Algebra 1 in 8th grade. So this is really a signal of our work that we have to do in high schools with 9th graders to ensure that this is turning around quickly. We'll look again at our comparison to the region and the state. Here, all of our areas we showed losses. The region had 2 areas of gain in 3rd grade in Algebra 1. The state also added 8th grade to that area of gain. What's super striking for us to keep in mind here is if we're losing 13 points in Algebra 1 and the state is going up by 8, that gap is widening. So we have even more work to do this year, again, to make sure our students are ending up where they need to be to stay competitive with their peers. In science, we have fewer areas, so we're only looking at 3, 5th grade, 8th grade, and biology. Here, we had reductions across the board, and what we see in the comparison to the region and the state is they all actually did better in this place. We had a new science curriculum put in last year, just like my comment in math. The teachers got to be ready to rock and roll and come in every day ready to deliver that excellent instruction in line with what I'm going to share with you as part of our actions, which is our instructional framework and our lesson structure. And in social studies, to round us out, there are 2 grade levels tested, 8th, and then US history in high school. Large drops here, -8, -9, no new curriculum in this space. Teachers were doing the same sort of approach as in the past, but this is again a signal to us on how we've got to pay more regular attention to the data and provide more direct support to teachers, because this is a space that didn't have change last year and it doesn't have curricular change this year, but we obviously are not going to continue to accept losses like this for our students. Comparison to the region and the state shows that everybody actually went down here, but again, you compare the magnitude of our drops to the region and the state, and you do see a pretty significant difference. So all of that gets put into the accountability system to give us our final accountability ratings. I did say that we would be able to, for the first time, share our final statuses for each of our student outcome goals. This is the goal itself. So for goal 1, this is looking at 3rd grade reading on STAR at the meets or higher level. Our target for this year was 42% of students. We ended up at 41. So we did not meet that target. We were off by 1 point. Same thing in math. Our target was 36. We ended up at 35. A bit more difference in goal 3 with 8th grade reading. We were about 3 points away from that, being at 47, and we needed to get over 50. And then as we shared with you about a month ago, with our CCMR rate overall, that's still in the 90s, but it was a drop from 92 down to 90%. So I said I would remind you of the accountability domains and just want to do that briefly. So as we look at these results, remember there's 4 ways that the state is measuring schools and districts. Domain 1 is student achievement. That is a look at our approaches, meets, and masters results. At the high school level, it also adds in graduation and CCMR indicators. But this is the real measure of, are our students on grade level or not? Are they ready for what comes next? Domain 2A looks at academic growth. So that says, or that's asking, did a student make improvement from last year to this year? So if I'm a 4th grader, for example, and last year I was a high approaches student, I need to get at least into the meets category this year to count for academic growth. So it's looking for that at least stair step of improvement over time across the student's academic journey. Domain 2B, in our example of the 3 schools, we showed you this is where they were making their grade and earning their points. That's again looking at their level of achievement relative to other schools in the state with the same demographics, specifically the same rate of economically disadvantaged students. And then Domain 3, a year ago, but when we talked about setting our student outcome goals, we actually based our long-term targets off of targets that we get from Domain 3 here in closing the gaps. And that's looking more specifically at how certain student populations are improving over time. To our vision, the right of all students, Domain 3 is the check and accountability to whether or not you are bringing along all students in your academic journey. So here is where we landed as a district from last year. Our student achievement score ended up at a 74. Our academic growth, the lowest at a 61. That means we did not have enough students making at least that stair-step improvement over time. Our best result, because it aggregates from all the campuses, did come from Domain 2B, that relative performance at an 82. And then closing the gaps was a pretty significant drop for us year over year, going down to 69. And so the way this works is you get the best number out of the first 3. So we get the 82, and then you have to take the 69. Those are weighted, 70% of the 82, 30% of the 69, and that results in our final rating of 78, which is a C rating. So that is a reduction from our prior year rating of an 84B. Here's what that looks like at the campus level. We've got 3 A-rated schools, our 2 specialty high schools, Jimmy Carter Early College High School. We will continue to earn a rating for the next couple years for Thelma Salinas, so we're showing that as well. Both are highly rated. They should be, given the design and expectations of those schools. It is also important to remember, just like we showed those 3 school examples above, Jimmy Carter, for example, sitting at a 97, that covers up how many associate degrees they're awarding, because that's not directly factored into the accountability, but that's actually our measure of success for that school. And so we've got to ensure both continue to be at really high levels. We had the pleasure of celebrating Camarena earlier. Last year they were at a 90. This year they improved that to a 91 and again earned all of those distinctions. You see our B, C, and DNF rated schools. Some things I want to call out in the B category. You heard Principal Herrera mention this at Palmview. Juarez Lincoln and Palmview High School hung on to their B barely. They're both at an 80, and so that's real work that we have to do to make sure that that improves and doesn't slip into the C level where La Jolla High School is now rated as our other comprehensive high school. In the D and F space, that list is way too long. We're obviously committed in our North Star goal to not having any D and F rated schools over the next 5 years. We have some work to do. At the bottom of this list, you see that we have 2 F-rated schools, Garza and Seguin. Those are our only 2 F-rated schools, and this is part of why last year, seeing these results and seeing the trends, that we took a really bold effort to put in accelerated campus excellence at those schools. I also want to call out that Garza did improve. It was a 53 and now it's a 59. It did not improve enough, however, to get out of that F status. And then the other one that we're calling out here is Pena. We put them as like a school to watch and pay attention to in last year's presentation. They are now a multi-year D-rated school. In our next board meeting 2 weeks from now, we're going to talk more about the superintendent's constraint around that, what we're doing in the annual school plan, and supports and resources we're bringing. And that will include what we're going to do for and with Pena this year in response to this multi-D rating. So as we started, we have analyzed this, we've unpacked what we did or did not do as leaders of the organization and how that then played out with our campuses and in our classrooms. So we are on that journey from moving from doing the wrong things well to doing the right things well, making sure that we are taking the actions that we need within the organization to spur change. And that's what I want to end with after we celebrate 7 schools in the organization that, again, looked at the change that we were doing last year, figured out as leaders on their campus how to maximize commitment, support, and dedication to that work and end up in a better place than they were the year before. We celebrated Camarena. Again, they are special in their A rating, improving and earning all distinctions. We also wanted to recognize the work that Escandon, JFK, Fordyce, Perez, Garza, and Zapata did in that journey. I want to pause for a second and talk about that. Zapata improved to a C-rated school. If I go back 2 slides, you'll see that their rating ended up being a 73. That took incredible courage and leadership from that principal and from those teachers and community to do that in the face of knowing that we were closing your school, to still dedicate yourselves completely enough to students to end up better than you used to be. It does not change the rationale that we had for that school closure and the launching of ACE. That is still a decision that we firmly stand behind and that ultimately will be in the best interest of those students in that community. But we also wanted to recognize and appreciate not only the hard work, but what it took, just like the moral mettle that it took to show up every day knowing that this was going to be a change at your campus and in your community, and end up as one of only 7 schools in the district that had improvement over time. So our path forward, it starts.
Before you proceed, let me ask, and board members, do you have any questions?
I just want to make a comment. I do think it's important for us to know that this is the first time that we have gotten a C rating, and I think that's something that community is aware of, right? But it also takes a lot for us to, the cabinet and all of the chiefs here, to take a step back and analyze, where did we go wrong and what do we need to do better? So knowing where we're at and where we want to go. I just want to thank you guys for being transparent with us and the community about where there are still gaps to fill and knowing that there's a plan in place to take us to the next level. So I just want to say thank you guys for the work.
Thank you.
Well said. Any other board members? You may proceed, Dr. Leslie.
Thank you. So our path forward always begins with our vision and mission, but the strategic plan really lays out how we're going to work towards that over the next 5 years. And this, we have the good pleasure of spending time really as a broader team today digging into this more deeply. And I think the energy coming out of that was even more palpable and inspired for where we are going as an organization and the work that we are going to do to really get to our North Star goal of 90% of students in A or B campuses. And that really takes these 5 priorities. What we've talked about tonight lives a lot in the first 3: excellence in leadership, empower graduates, and thriving students. It also requires the other 2, like how we are doing that work in partnership and in unity with our community, and how we're ensuring that all of the infrastructure and resources are coming along to support that journey over time. So we will obviously spend a lot of time over the next 5 years sharing our journey here in the strategic plan and our work, knowing that we've got to end up in a place where 90% of our students are in A and B rated schools, where we have gotten so close to that vision of educational excellence, the right of every student. 4 slides ago, you can see that we're a long way from that right now. But we are also putting into place and have begun putting into place last year the right focus, the right sort of instructional efforts and support that we need to get here. The other thing that we wanted to better connect and explain tonight, now that we have approved and you have approved our managed instruction theory of action, is how that directly relates to our path forward. So we laid out in that theory of action this sort of basic belief that if every school begins with a managed foundation, and we want to talk more about what that managed foundation actually means, that ultimately can get them to a place to the right of this sort of red chevron graphic to where they can earn empowerment and have performance autonomy. But we are really focused on ensuring our managed instructional foundation is strong, it's clear, and it's implemented with integrity across all of our classrooms. That includes having a shared research-based instructional framework. I'm going to talk to you more about that in a second. That also includes having teachers being super clear every day what key components have to be in their lessons so that students aren't missing out. And we don't have one classroom that's getting great instruction and another that's getting mediocre or really poor instruction. That we're operating off of the same definitions of what high quality really means and what that looks like. That involves teachers being ready to come into the classroom, going through that PLC, planning and internalizing with their peers so that they're ready for that lesson when students show up. Continuing to use our high quality instructional materials. Again, lesson learned last year, not at the basic level, but at the deep iterative level where the teacher is bringing their professionalism and their craft to play alongside the research-based resources that they have. We've done a lot of work, particularly at the middle school level, and I didn't call this out, but the biggest area of concern and reduction that we had are with our middle schools. If you looked at that accountability slide in that DNF column, you saw too many middle schools listed there. And so we actually did a lot of work in the spring leading into the school year to restructure how they use time during the day to make sure students are getting really high quality on grade level instruction and opportunities during the day for intervention or acceleration. And that's part of what we're meaning here in our tier 2 and tier 3 time. Also clarifying what that has to look like for elementary schools as well. I alluded to this earlier, but we have instituted common assessment practices this year in the district to where every grade level across the district will take end of unit assessments at the same time with the same assessment. So we can know, I hesitate to say this because Soup's going to ask me for it on Tuesday, but we can know next week for the first time how some of our grade levels are doing as they finish their first unit of the curriculum. That means that we're able to see that data, provide a response to it, and work with the teachers and campuses much more quickly in the school year than we were last school year. It is also super important for our teachers and our community to hear this next point. This is not about going back to a place of test prep or over assessment. It is about having just-in-time information about every student in the classroom so that we can tailor supports to them and to their educators. So like students, parents, families, this is not gonna be a whole week thing. It's not gonna take a lot of time. These are like dipstick moments throughout our school year where at the classroom level, the campus level, and the district level, we can really know how to make faster and quicker continuous improvement actions in the organization.
Board President, can I add something?
Yes, Dr. Sorensen.
So I also want to add that as a part of those assessments, one of the things that we talk about a lot to reinforce what Dr. Little is saying is that it is not about test prep, is that it is also not about remediation. Yes, we want to make sure that in these tier 2 and tier 3 spaces, students are getting what they need. And that is where the intervention needs to take place. But in their classrooms, we need to continue with grade level instruction, because if we're always going back, they're never going to accelerate. If we're never offering our students grade level instruction because we're always remediating and we're always going back to what they need, we're never moving forward in grade level TEKS and grade level standards. So that's why we're getting very prescriptive. And I'm going to use the word prescriptive because we are having a managed instruction theory of action on what happens in tier 2 and tier 3 time. We're also very prescriptive in what's happening in tier 1 time. That is grade level instruction that is aligned to the high quality instructional materials. That is our expectation. And so I want to be clear that we're clear on what the expectation is in classrooms. And so I look at Deanna, who's sitting over there and who walked campuses with me yesterday. And so we went to 2 middle schools. And a piece that Dr. Little didn't mention here is that it requires leadership. Going back to our strategic plan, it requires excellence in leadership because we walked classrooms yesterday. And teachers need feedback. Teachers need immediate feedback so that they can improve their practice. I'm going to say something that Mr. Gutierrez says all the time. It isn't an I gotcha, it's an I gotcha. I got you. But I only got you if I'm willing to tell you the truth about your practice. You can only improve if I'm giving you real-time feedback. And if we're not giving our educators the real-time feedback they need in order to improve their practice in a way that is aligned to the lesson structure, our students are missing out on grade level instruction. And so we walked 2 middle school campuses yesterday. And I'm going to tell you my role as the superintendent. My role is to then give those principals feedback on what I see. So I walked with 2 principals yesterday, and our conservator was with me. And I also had Ms. Miller and Ms. Willis with me from Human Capital, Talent Development. And we saw a variety of instruction, and I won't say where I was, and some better than others. And our teachers were working hard, so it's not a comment on how hard our teachers were working, but it was about the rigor in the classroom. It was about, did we see grade level instruction? Did we see alignment to the lesson structure or not? Were kids doing the heavy lifting? Or was the teacher doing the heavy lifting? Were we checking for understanding? And the answer was no in some of our classrooms. So I was coaching the principal on what would you say to the teacher? What is the feedback? What is how are the tweaks that could have been happening? What are you going to say to the teacher as we leave? Giving the principal feedback. The principal now has to be bold enough to give feedback to the educator so that the educator can grow. And so the educator can continue to improve. Because if that doesn't happen, I'm not on the campus every day, right? Even our executive directors of school leadership, our executive directors of content and instruction aren't on the campus every day. That's why priority 1 And our strategic plan is excellence in leadership, because our principals have to be bold enough, honest enough, caring enough to lead the work of improved instruction for outcomes for children. Outcomes for children. To care for our educators enough to grow them so that they are continuing to develop into the excellent instructional leaders that we need them to be in the classroom as we ask them to make instructional shifts. We're asking them to do something different, something new, and they need coaching from the very people that lead their campuses. And so I really wanted to pause to really lift out here that we're working very hard with our principals, because again, the nucleus of change is the campus, to make sure that our principals are leading this instructional change work as we do the deep work with our principals to lead that kind of instructional work on our campuses. So thank you very much for that indulgence.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. So let's look at a few of these pieces in a bit more detail. So we say we've got to start with this research-based instructional framework. This is an example of like a change and improvement on our part from last year to this year. We rolled out this instructional framework in July of 2024. We didn't much talk about it after that. And so part of our intentionality as we move into this school year is to make sure that like the knowledge and awareness of this, but more importantly, how that shows up in practice gets deeply rooted in what's occurring in our schools and in our classrooms. What the superintendent just laid out is part of that process. That means spending time in classrooms with leaders, calibrating and giving that feedback for growth. Our instructional framework has a few parts. On the outside ring here, it really is the cycle that teachers and educators go through in their work. So we'll start at the top left. You begin planning and internalizing what you're going to do with students. You then go into that lesson and you provide that instruction. You assess that instruction both directly with students and overall as a class, and then you reflect on how it went. That reflection and that assessment data has to inform what you're doing in the very next lesson. So it brings you back to planning and internalizing. So this is a daily sort of experience, and it has to sometimes be part of what's happening within the lesson itself. Like you're doing something with students, you're realizing they're not with you, and you got to make that adjustment in the moment to go back to that instruction or to provide that support. That's big picture what happens in an instructional lens. The other parts of this also really matter, and we're going to spend more time with schools on these other three things as well. The learner profile and learner actions really connect to what we have in empowered graduates and thriving students in the strategic plan. That's really deeper classroom sort of indicators to know whether we're creating those spaces that help learners develop the characteristics and capacity that they need. And then classroom culture, which we've highlighted on the slide, really is the underpinning of all of that. If a student is not excited and interested in walking into that classroom and being in that space, feeling like that teacher is excited to have them, is ready to love and support them through their journey and hold them to high expectations, that classroom is already behind where it needs to be. And so this isn't a message just from us to say, hey, instruction has to be great and it doesn't matter what else is happening in the classroom or in the building. It's the opposite, is it all has to be great. But we're going to clarify and provide support to you along the way to build those systems so that you can bring along all of those pieces as a teacher or as a campus principal. Because your environment, the community that you're building in the classroom, students feeling like they're getting the support that they need, all of that really matters. And that's a big piece of our instructional framework within classroom culture. Just one note to the board and to the community, that link at the bottom of this slide and the next one will take you directly to the instructional framework or the lesson structure on the next slide. So anybody can open and read what we're saying here when we're talking about our instructional framework. And then that instructional framework gets put into even more detailed practice through our lesson structure. We spent a lot of time this summer doing revision and upgrades to this lesson structure. We did some deep work with principals on that before school started. They in turn did work with their teachers, and we're going to keep doing more. Again, we're going to keep doing it until we're getting it to the level of quality and expectation that we have in the organization. The image on the left is just the broad concept of the lesson structure. You heard the superintendent talk about a few of these in terms of the classroom walks. But a student walks into the classroom, the teacher is there beginning the work. You got to activate that student's learning. You got to bring them into the lesson and build that excitement, but also connect to what they've done before to show how this is going to further their learning and development. Explicit instruction is something that we've got to see more of in La Joya ISD. That is the moments where the teacher is directly teaching the student about that skill or concept. What we often see are the other two things in the lesson structure, independent practice or interactive practice, where we're just releasing the work to the student and sort of you got to figure it out on your own, or maybe you work with a buddy beside you. That explicit instruction part is super critical to developing the capacity in our students that we need, while making sure that we have really strong interactive practice opportunities, whether that's with their other peers or with the teacher. And students have to have moments to independently grapple and struggle with that. The soup says all the time, if you don't leave the school day tired, we probably didn't do a good job, because it should be hard to go through learning something new class period after class period. And that level of academic expectation has to be there. And it's got to show up in these ways within the lesson itself. The demonstration of learning is where the teacher gets a real opportunity to know whether students have mastered that concept. This is something that we did not have in the lesson structure last year. We've explicitly added it as a key part this year, because you got to know that. You got to know that every day. And then you have to close that out and help students sort of really recap. Here's what we've done. Here's why that matters. Here's how it connects to what's coming next.
Board President, can I address something?
Yes, Dr. Sorensen.
So I want to also highlight the point, and this isn't an easy task, but I do want to point out that our educators across the system have high quality instructional materials. So the job of the educator now at this point is to focus on the delivery of instruction. We are no longer asking our instructors to deliver or design to find the task, right? They don't have to now create the assessment. They don't have to write the question. They don't have to find the text. They don't have to write the assessment. They don't have to find grade level text. They don't have to think of the way in which they're presenting, like each and every component of a unit. All of the materials are created for them. So now the job of the educator is to think about and really hone their craft on instructional delivery. How am I, as the teacher, going to make sure that my child, my students, all of the students in my class learn the TEAC skill today? I have the grade level materials. I have the grade level text. I have the assessment. I have the lesson. I have the questions. I have the materials. I have the unit. I have what I'm supposed to teach. I have the what. Now I have to focus on the how. And that is where I talk about internalization. And we're very clear this year. Where last year we weren't as clear as we should have been, and I say it all over the system. Last year we asked you to implement, and our system implemented with fidelity. We did what we asked people to do. And so this year we're getting much clearer about implementing with integrity. And what that means is that we're asking you that you actually have to deliver the lesson as if you wrote it. You have to know it so well. You have to be able to make the instructional moves. If the kids don't know, after you've delivered the explicit instruction and you've done some interactive practice with them, right? You've done some work with them on the skills that are presented within the unit. And you've now released the kids to independent practice. And what you're doing is you're checking for understanding. And the students don't understand it. Oh, I know the lesson so well, I now have to go back to explicit instruction. What was happening last year, and our educators are saying it all over the system, is I just kept going because you asked me to implement. Now what we're saying to our educators and what we're hearing back is, oh, you mean I can actually go back and reteach? Yes, please. Because if they're not understanding, we actually need you to go back to explicit instruction. Because if you're walking around the room and you're checking for understanding and you're seeing that our kids don't get it, please reteach. We need you to reteach. Because making sure that you just power through the lesson, because that's the words on the page, that's not what we want from you. And we need you to know the lesson so well that you know that you have to make those instructional moves left and right to make sure that this group of kids gets it because this group of kids didn't. And that's where we need you as the educator to know it so well, not be walking around, and I know Brenda and I have had this conversation, not be walking around necessarily with the book in your hand, because you know it so well that you can make the instructional moves that your students need. That you get to that demonstration of learning, because you have to know at the end of the class period, did they get it or not? That's the level of depth that we need in internalization this year from our educators. And so I'm pausing to do this so that our educators hear from me. Because I can't be everywhere all the time, and I can't speak to everyone every second. I'm going to do as many of these as I can. I've even said to Mr. Nagella, maybe I need to record myself and just put it out there. So this is my opportunity for our educators to hear that we need you to perfect the arts and craft that you have of your brilliance. You know your kids. We're asking you to bring that alive through this curriculum and through the lesson structure that we expect to see in your classroom. Because this is an evidence-based lesson structure that requires explicit instruction and a demonstration of learning, with all of the practice in between to make sure that our kids understand the teak and the skill of that day. And you are the educator in that classroom. And that requires deep planning and internalization to where you know and understand the curriculum. So I just wanted to pause and say that, Board President. Again, thank you for the indulgence, because I really wanted our educators to hear that explanation from the superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Members of the board, do you have any questions up to this point? Mr. Little? No. Dr. Little, can you explain again, and maybe I'm a little confused, the demonstration of learning, how is that going to take place? Show me again and demonstrate that for me.
Yeah, and
Give me an
part of that,
example.
President Alvarez, is, again, the link takes you to the full page version, which is on the right. So again, we just want the community to know that they can access that. And then you can see that there are specific expectations and indicators for each of these components of the lesson structure. There are also examples that we're providing on how that can be done. For the demonstration of learning, this most often happens towards the end of the lesson. And if I'm teaching you how to add fractions, it is going to be some way for you to show me that you know how to add positive fractions. That could be a basic question and answer, similar to how it's going to show up on STAR. That's part of what we're clarifying for teachers and campuses, is your demonstration of learning can be a STAR-aligned question. That is okay. That is not going back to test prep. That's just making sure you can demonstrate that skill or that concept in that way. Sometimes in some classes, this may be addition to a portfolio or a demonstration literally in an arts context of now I can do something in dance, or in a CTE context, now I can demonstrate a new skill in that particular pathway, whatever that may be. But it is you as the individual student showing your capacity for that skill that you were just taught.
And Board President, I would also add that most often it is also built into the high-quality instructional
Yes.
materials. And so
Yes.
this is not something that our teachers have to create every day. And so when you get to the end of the day's lesson, it is built into the high-quality instructional materials so that our educators don't have to go through the activity of creating it. Now, I think Dr. Little also brought up because the lesson structure is content agnostic. And so our fine arts teachers and our CTE teachers also, again, are expected to use the lesson structure because every single day can't be a lab day, or every single day can't just be a performance day. There are days within a fine arts class where students have to be learning, and I think we talked about this, Board Member Gomez, where kids actually have to learn the skill of how to play the instrument. We can't just constantly send kids off to practice, because then they're just practicing incorrectly, right? Or we can't just have every day in a CTE class where they're just having a lab day. We actually have to teach them the skills in welding. And so where are they learning the skills that they need to learn in order to build what they need to build? And so the lesson structure is content agnostic on purpose because it should be applicable in all classes across our district.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add to what the superintendent just said, again, teachers are not having to create this, but they do have to do it. And that's part of the expectation here in the lesson structures. You can't skip the demonstration of learning. You also can't just do that with students and ignore the results of it. Part of it is looking at that data, knowing how many of your students mastered that concept or skill, and then thinking in the next lesson how I'm going to come back to that for the students that didn't.
Board President, I have a question.
Ms. Chavez, go ahead.
For the explicit instruction part of this lesson structure, Dr. Sorensen, you mentioned how you do walkthroughs with principals, and then I'm assuming how the principals do walkthroughs in the classrooms to evaluate the teachers. How often do those walkthroughs happen just to be able to determine if a teacher is not able to accurately implement explicit instruction? At what point would that would be addressed to help that teacher better that skill?
That's a great question. So I am on campuses walking with principals twice a week. So that's me with principals twice a week. And so that's my commitment to be on campuses and for a minimum of 7 hours a week. And that's minimum. And so we're rolling out a walkthrough tool. And so, again, our principals really want this walkthrough tool, but we're going to roll that out in the next couple of weeks. And so we are going to require that they are in classrooms X number of times. We have not identified the number yet. And so we're still working on what that number is. That is a separate process from T-TEST. And so that will be separate from their evaluation process. When we're talking about the walkthrough process, that's going to be aligned to coaching. Because again, we really want to be clear to create a culture of coaching where we're growing our teachers and aiming to get them better, right? Separate from their evaluation process. And so when we talk about T-TEST and their evaluation process, that's a whole other process in terms of their evaluation and growth plans and things like that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Dr. Little, you may proceed.
Thank you. Last couple pieces to call out here as we close out. So again, we're working to bring the strategic plan to life through our managed instruction theory of action. We're going to talk more about that at the next board meeting as well, including the performance empowerment piece. You heard Ms. Crespo and Principal Herrera talk about the experience at Harvard and really identifying that problem of practice when it comes to building excellence and leadership in the district. And that's going to continue to be a focus and theme for us as we move along. The other thing, you just talked about this actually in the question about the walkthrough form. So this next to last bullet on the spot checks, that's part of what that is, which is really clarifying and providing the tools and system that principals need to be in classrooms, providing that coaching and development support to teachers, and for us to be doing the same thing with them as principals and APs as well. We did not spend time on this tonight, but did want to call out that beyond the core instructional work that we just talked about, we're also doing other things that we've discussed over the last year that also really matter and contribute to student outcomes. Working with our counselors to improve our counseling and advising system and really providing much more clearer focus with our counselors across the organization. Continuing to improve our attendance and reduce our chronic absenteeism, leveraging some new staff and our reimagined roles that are really focused in that effort. And as part of priority 4 in the strategic plan, really taking a deeper emphasis on family engagement and building that partnership and connection with our families so that they are direct participants in what we're doing with their students in the classroom and along this journey. And through all of that, to where the superintendent brought us back to earlier in excellence of leadership, is making sure our principals understand all of this and that they're set up to lead it well, and that we are providing them the coaching, development, and support they need to improve their practice, which in turn will help them do that with their teachers and staff on campus.
And Board President, may I add one more thing?
Yes, please.
And Ms. Chavez, just to add one more thing, and so it says here, to the second of last bullet, align spot checks. And so that is 6 times a year. Central office teams, which I will be a part of, are going to visit every campus in the district. And so we have a process by which every single campus will be checked, again, 6 times a year, and we will expect to see campuses improve over that time. And so again, I think we have 5 central office teams that go and visit over a 2-day span, a select number of schools, and those teams will again visit the same number of schools each time, 6 times a year, on the same metrics. And so we will expect to see campuses grow on these same metrics, these 6 times a year. And so again, we plan on coming to the board and showing how campuses are growing over the year, these 6 times that central office as teams go out to monitor whether our campuses are growing and getting better in terms of instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Dr. Little, since she brought that up, are we visiting campuses that were poor performing, like the 2 that were Fs, Seguin and Garza?
Yes, we are. And we're going to clarify that for the board even more in our upcoming presentation to show how we're going to use an educator word, differentiating, like tiering the support differently at what you'll see as a quartile 4 campus of higher need versus a quartile 1 campus. At the same time, we're recognizing where our data is, especially where our meets plus data is, and knowing that we got work to do across the whole district, but that will show up with different levels of intensity based on the campus need itself.
Thank you.
And Board President, just to add, where I have concentrated my first school visits are at the ACE campuses so far this year and middle schools, knowing that middle schools were the greatest area of need. My first visits were at the ACE campuses, and then my next round has been fully concentrated in our middle schools.
And how's the reception been? I mean, has it been welcoming, or are they understanding? I mean, when you visit with the campuses, do they understand the challenges that they have?
I think so. So we actually, as an academics and school leadership team, spent all of Thursday and Friday of the first week of school on campuses. And part of that wasn't just about instruction. It was some basic, like, procedural things of getting kids into class. So when the bell rings at a high school, you can't just spend 10 minutes and wait to go to class. Like, you got to get there because those instructional minutes matter, and we're working to make sure that's a high quality experience. So you got to be there to participate. And one of the biggest takeaways that we had and that we heard from principals is they're already seeing and noticing a different level of support and presence from us this year compared to last year. So we are trying to intentionally be more side by side with them in the work. And as the called you the principal, as the superintendent mentioned, you're the head principal. As superintendent mentioned, like going on these walks, she and I were able to do that last week together. Principals really appreciate, and they know they need that perspective from us and that coaching. It's not always super fun, and like they got hard work to do after that to go have some hard conversations with their teachers or provide a different level of support to them. But my direct answer to your question and what I believe is, by and large, people know the work ahead of us. They don't know how to get there yet, and that's part of what's on us, is to help paint that picture and support them in that journey. And then we're increasing commitment to the day-to-day grind that has to happen for that to be true.
Thank you.
Board President, I have a question.
Yes.
Dr. Zer, can you tell us a little bit more about what support there is for the actual teachers when we think about training, planning, and development?
Yeah, several things. At the highest level, all teachers have opportunities to participate in professional learning. So when you approve the calendar, for example, for this year, there were 3 days built into the calendar for district-wide professional learning. Those aren't the only opportunities, though. Folks on my team spend a lot of after-school hours and Saturday hours offering additional professional learning to teachers. There's some sessions this weekend. There were some sessions last weekend, for example. We put out a whole professional learning calendar for the semester, showing people, here's the opportunity. If you're a 4th grade math teacher, here's when you can show up. If you're a 7th grade science teacher, here's when you can show up, for every type of teacher in the organization, so that they got lots of opportunity for that basic level of support. Next layer of support is what they get from their campus leader. So through that time in classrooms, through that follow-up feedback conversation and that support in PLCs, their principal and APs are leading that on a regular basis. Again, for all teachers in the school, but then just like we sort of tier and support campuses, they have some teachers they're going to be more intensive with than others based on the need and the data. And then what will be newer for us this year as part of our reimagined roles and budget commitment to this are coaching supports that we're providing in the district. So working closely with Chief Miller and her team to really define and lay out what that coaching system starts to look like, and how we tier the campus support for those schools. Back to your question, President Alvarez. So there is intentional support for the highest need places in the district. One other layer I will call out is our work with our curricular partners. So we have folks in our buildings working with teachers directly on Bluebonnet, both math and reading, working with them on science and on pre-K and creative curriculum. What we didn't do last year and what we're doing this year, though, is making sure we're all aligned to that framework and lesson structure. So you're not going to come in and talk to a 5th grade math teacher in a different way than we are. That's got to sound and feel the same to the teacher. But we've got all of that extra capacity working to build and improve and support what our teachers are doing as well.
And Board Member Pena, I would also add that thanks to Ms. Crespo, we've also really empowered our principals to use their budgets to support their teachers. So if we're going to ask our educators to plan and plan deeply, we said teachers might need extra time for internalization. And so our principals have allocated funding to allowing extra time for teachers to either come in after school or come in on a Saturday, right? Everybody come in and we'll, buy breakfast tacos and everyone come in and we'll do internalization as the 3rd grade team, right? And so we have principals, and again, teachers overwhelmingly, I walk into a school and they're like, thank you so much for allowing our teachers, our principals to do that with their funding. Historically, that has not been permitted in the district. Because if teachers are going to spend the extra time planning anyway, why would we not compensate them to do that, right? That is professional work. And so across the district, we have principals allocating funding from their own budgets to bring in teams of teachers to do internalization. And so as they write their campus improvement plans, that is a strategy that our principals are using to improve Tier 1 instruction. Let's compensate our teachers to come in and do great planning together as a team. so that they can really spend kind of uninterrupted time, right? Because PLC time sometimes just isn't enough, right? Let's have our teachers come in or stay after school, whichever they prefer, to really work together to learn the curriculum together and really dig into how we do the lesson structure with the high quality instruction materials, and let's compensate them. And so that is another way that they do job embedded professional learning together across the district.
Mr. Roberts, I have a question as well.
Go ahead.
Dr. Little, when, you mentioned right now about professional development, about how if there's a certain course, you let your educators know about it, right? But do educators have the opportunity to come to you and say there's a certain course or opportunity they want to partake in and ask for funding for that, for them to attend?
Yeah, that's usually a conversation that they're having at the campus level with their principal. Like if teachers identify, hey, there's a conference or an opportunity I want to be a part of, that first gets vetted at the school level, and then that does come to us as part of our consideration as well. And generally what we're looking at is to make sure that it is a quality experience that they're going to go to. As you well know, not all conferences are created the same. So we want to make sure that's actually going to invest in them with what we are asking them to do as a district, and then reviewing whether there's funding available to support that.
Thank you.
Great questions. Dr. Little, you may proceed.
Thank you. To close us out here, and Board Member Pena mentioned this earlier on, like folks are aware of this data and where we are. And part of that is because we've communicated that very directly and transparently. So appreciate the communications team for working to put this message out. Superintendent has had some TV time on this as well, like just being very clear and visible in the community. And every campus sent this out to their families. So we've also heard from a couple of you, like you received either an email or a text message from your campus letting you know that, hey, here's our ratings and here's what we're doing about it as an organization. We are clearly focused now on this path forward and like doing the work that's needed to move us forward as an organization. We know this was a longer conversation and presentation tonight, so thank you for giving us the space and time to lay this out, engaging with us, and happy to take additional questions.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Dr. Little? No. Dr. Little, I also want to emphasize Board Member Gomez and Board Member Pena brought up some really good points regarding this particular topic. And I just wanted to share with you that it's not easy when you do a report like this. And so I'm very grateful to you for pointing out areas that we need to focus on, and for being able to have this discussion with us, not only with us, but those that are viewing and with the principal. So I appreciate that. Good report.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, board and superintendent.
Thank you.
Dr. Sorensen, do you have anything else you'd like to add? I mean, it was a good report and I appreciate you doing it. Really do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would just add two things. One is, I think, and I've said this already in the media and as I've traveled around the district, one is that I want the district and our stakeholders, constituents all to understand that we take this very seriously. We don't take this lightly, and I think we've acted very swiftly in terms of our response. And so we take our academic performance incredibly seriously, which is why we acted last year. It's not just about an accountability rating, although an accountability rating is incredibly important. I want to say it's a both and for me. We acted last year because of the data under the hood. Our children were not performing at meets or masters. And then we weren't preparing our kids for college, career, and life. And we knew that. And so we took actions that we knew would cause disruptions to a system. And that's not excusable, and that's not okay. But we knew that that would cause disruptions to a system, but we have a long-term vision for this work. And so it isn't an experiment. This isn't something that we're experimenting on children. We know that we need our kids to be ready for post-secondary experiences, whether that be industry-based credentials, careers, certificates that earn them more than a living wage, or college. And we weren't getting there. And so we needed to start with getting our pre-K kids ready. So that's where we started. We need them to be stronger readers. I'm looking at a former high school principal sitting across from me who said, my ninth graders don't come in ready. And we needed to start with stronger elementary kids. And so the dip in our score is incredibly important to us. And there was a reason why we did what we did. And so I want to say that to the community. We own the dip. And there's a reason why we made changes in the curriculum. And there's a reason why we are making shifts in instructional practice. There is a why. So that's number one. Number two, I am also incredibly grateful to the community. We have been having this conversation since last June with our principals, with our educators, with our families. And so the amount of warmth, the amount of understanding, the dialogue, the discourse, and the understanding of the why has really been present in district. Our families know and expressed very loudly, especially during strategic planning, that they wanted instruction to change. They said over and over again, we no longer want STAR prep. They said we want authentic instruction with real world experiences where our kids have the opportunity to engage with complex text and task. We want new pathways for them to experience rigorous instruction. And so that's the goal for us. And so the level of understanding of why we're doing what we're doing internally has just been incredible. And so I am very grateful for the conversation and the dialogue and the understanding from our community around the accountability rating, and also the work of our educators to improve their practice, knowing that it will only benefit our students. And so the gratitude that I have for our district, our families, our parents, our educators, and our principals to all roll up our sleeves and do this work together and understand that this is where we are now, but it is not where we will be. I'm just, again, always just full of gratitude and know that I am the luckiest superintendent, not only in the Valley, but in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Well said. Thank you very much, Dr. Little. Great presentation and very informative, like always. Joseph, next item on the agenda is 6.2, Lone Star Governance Time Usage Tracker Report.
Thank you, Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Sorensen, community, La Joya ISD community. So what came clear in our last presentation is we are more than ever focused on student outcomes. And so we're grateful for Lone Star Governance, grateful for the board's support and partnership as we continuously improve and focus intensely on one primary objective, and that is to improve student outcomes. With Lone Star Governance, we talk a lot about student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. That thread should have come across very clearly, did come across very clearly in Dr. Little's presentation and in our discussions. And so we measure in every meeting time, minutes spent on student outcomes and adult behaviors. So this time use tracker report is from our last meeting on August 13th. If you follow on the blue column, it shows that we spent 46 minutes on student outcome minutes, and we spent a total of 81 minutes on adult behavior minutes. Our grand total of minutes of the board meeting itself was 140. So if you go down to the sort of middle center, you'll see that 90.71% of our time was spent on either student outcome minutes or adult behavior minutes. And then of the 140 minutes, the 46, 32.86 minutes were spent on student outcomes minutes. So we had a very robust meeting focusing on the things that we need to focus on. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Board, does anyone have any questions? No. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nugent.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 7, the Texas Education Agency Conservators Report with Dr. Diana Barrera.
Good evening, Vice President Chavez, members of the board, Dr. Sorensen, and community. My report is short tonight. I wanted to just communicate to the community the work, the amount of work that's being done by the district. You've heard the story of where we are, and you've heard the story of how we're going to get out of our elbow graph, right? And so you've also heard about accountability. It starts with you, board. You guys wrote goals for the district based on the vision and values of the community. You have expectations for the superintendent to meet those goals. And the superintendent has expectations of her team to support, to do their work to support those goals, and so on and so forth. Well, I'm here to tell you that I'm also held accountable as well. I'm accountable to make sure that the work continues to move and that we're documenting it. And so I want to be very clear about my role. My role is to provide oversight, not supervision. I will say that again. My role is to provide oversight and not supervision. So I'm not going to be here for the day-to-day. The district has a superintendent. She's got a very capable staff, right? So I come and pop into meetings and go on walkthroughs, as Dr. Sorensen said. But mostly I'm keeping track of what's happening in the district, right? I'm looking for evidence that these things are happening, that we are making progress. So within the document, within the report that you have in your hands and the report that is posted on the website for the district, there's 3 exit criteria goals. One of them for governance, one of them for business and finance, and the other one for academics. Within goal number 1 for the board, we have 3 goal progress measures, GPMs. Within those GPMs, we have 8 activities that we need to complete. So of those 8, the board has already completed 3. So they have 5 left to complete. Now, it doesn't mean that we're going to stay at 8 activities. We could add more if we feel that there's a need for something. If something pops up from the past or currently, then we can definitely add. But we've got the goals that we've set for the board have been pretty tight. For goal 2, for business and finance, there's 28 different activities. And again, they also have 3 GPMs. So under those 3 GPMs, there's a total of 28 activities that they need to complete. They have not completed any of them. They are in progress. They are on track for all of them. If you look to the very right of the report, under exit criteria 2, you see notes. Those notes are updated monthly with new information. And anytime we complete any of those activities, we have to show evidence that it's complete. I send this evidence to the agency so they can know that we're not just filling out a report, we're really doing the work. So out of those 28 activities, let's see, out of those 28 activities, or out of the 3 GPMs, 2 are on track. There's one that we haven't started working on that GPM yet. And if you recall, all of those activities in the goal, exit criteria 2 for goal 2, those are regarding the audit. And the way the audit was explained and the way we organized this document was we took it from what are the activities that we need to complete first, then the next time period, and then the following time period. So everything is is laid out in a way that's going to be in line with the work that they're doing. And finally, the biggest goal is goal 3. It's academics. This is what we've been talking about all night. So they also have 3 GPMs, but of those 3, in those 3 GPMs, there are 80 activities. 80, not 18, 80. That's a lot. And this is something that the team really felt strongly about because there's a lot of parts to the work ahead. They've shared the big pieces, right? The plan. But within that plan, there's a lot of moving parts. And so if you look at all the activities, again, there's also a time period attached to them because all of these goals, they have a starting date and an ending date, right? And so out of those 3 GPMs, 2 of them are on track. One of them is off track. And the one that's off track is the final GPM. And that's about not having any campuses below a C. So we know based on what we're seeing today, that's where we are right now. So for that one, we are off track. The rest of them, lots of work is being done to move the district forward and complete these activities so that we can check off these GPMs and meet the exit criteria. So does anybody have any questions?
Members of the board, any questions for Dr. Barrera? Seeing that we have none, may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay,
Barrera.
thank
Great report. Okay. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda item. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 8, consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. All right. We will now be going into closed session. It will be held for the purposes authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.001, 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.129, and 551.0821 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the sections and purposes listed below. The time is now 7:53. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in closed session. All right. Good evening again. We are back from closed session. It is 11:37 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda is agenda item number 11, approval of ratification of Great Minds Professional Learning and Coaching Support. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 11.1.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 11.2, approval of comprehensive school performance and capacity building partnership, CSP number 2025-83. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 11.2.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 11.3, approval of school and office supplies for warehouse stock bid number 2025-65. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 11.3.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 11.4, approval of property and casualty insurance plan CSP number 2026-11. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item is 11.5, approval of 2025 superintendent's evaluation. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 11.5.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 11.6, approval of amendments of superintendent's employment contract. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 11.6.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 11.7, approval of non-business day resolution 2025-09. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 11.7.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. 11.8, rescind approval of facilities master plan services, CSP-2025-76. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 11.8.
Do I have a second?
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Our last item is agenda item 11.9, consider and take possible action to propose the termination of Chapter 21 term contract employee and authorize the superintendent to send notice of proposed termination to employees. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 11.9.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 12 is our calendar. September 2025, National Suicide Prevention Month. September 2025, Attendance Awareness Month. September 2025, National Childhood Cancer and Awareness Month. September 1st, 2025, holiday. September 2nd through the 5th of 2025, CCMR kickoff. September 6th, National Reading a Book Day. September 10th, 2025, regular called board meetings. Members of the board, do you have anything or any remark that you'd like to say at this time before we adjourn? Dr. Sorensen, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Board President. I would just like to thank the board so much for your work on the extension of my contract. I am thrilled to be here until 2030. So I am so grateful for your belief in me and my team. So thank you so much for your work and your support. It means the world to us. So we are so grateful for your belief in us, and we are looking forward to serving the wonderful district of La Joya ISD moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Before we adjourn, I did want to state that the presentations that were made earlier, Dr. Little, Marchette, of course, keeping us on track, and Dr. Barrera, thank you for the presentations that were made earlier today, very informative, so we appreciate that. And to those that are recently joined us, thank you again for being here. I know it was a long night, but we appreciate you being here tonight. And we do want to take this opportunity, at least I do want to take this opportunity. I'm grateful to you, Dr. Sorensen, that we will be working together for another 5 years. We want everyone to know, whether you're here or you're watching us live tonight, we're very grateful for the leadership that you've demonstrated here, and we continue to do well here. There's not a day that goes by that I don't go somewhere where somebody recognizes one of the board members or myself and says, man, you guys are just doing a great job. And you got great leadership there. And you've assembled a great team. So we're very grateful to all of you. So again, on behalf of the board, thank you for all you do. Thank you for what you do for the young men and women of La Jolla. And I'm looking forward to another strong 5 years with under the leadership of Dr. Sorensen. Members of the board?
I
Dr.
do want to
Carlos
say
Margos?
and echo President Alvarez's comments, Dr. Sorensen. You've done an enormous amount of work in the short amount of time that we've been here together, and it is monumental what you've done. It has been no easy task, and I personally do want to say thank you. Also on behalf of the board, but I have personally seen a lot of the work and the results and the fruit of your work is outstanding. I think we're the envy of the region, and I have you and your staff to thank for that. So again, I do want to say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marco.
Any other members?
I would like to, your transparency and dedication is always welcomed. Your communication with us is always clear, and I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Hernandez?
Yeah, so the presentations earlier today were hard pills to swallow with our ratings. However, I feel that it's a turning point, and I feel the excitement and, just very excited to know that we're all here working together. We're all ready to get into this journey of progress. Yes, we came to where we're at, but we're gonna start. And thank you, Dr. Sorensen, for helping us, for giving us your strategic plan all the way to 2030, which seems to me something that I don't know how to say it. For me, it's just monumental the type of level of work you have done for the district, but coming with the leadership, coming all the way down to teachers and the students or parents, everybody is going to be part of the change. And thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez.
Members? Anyone else? Seeing that we have any more?
Yeah, Celso and I keep on looking at each other. I think I echo everybody's sentiment, right? I've personally witnessed just your leadership and your commitment to the community. And, I say this often to people who hear me that I think we got really lucky to get you to come to our district. And we're seeing it, right, in the work that you and your team are putting out together. So we're looking forward to just the continued improvement and continuing to work alongside you.
Mr. Gomez?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Sorensen and everybody here. You guys have done a tremendous job throughout last year and then now starting this year. I know we heard those scores, but I know it's, like I mentioned before, it's a foundation of a start that we did last year to where now we're going to show our community and our families and our parents that we're dedicated to our students of La Joya ISD, and we're focused on educational excellence. And this is the number one thing we're 100% focus on, and we want our parents and everybody community to know that. And I thank you for everything you've done, because it's been a lot of work and it's noticeable, and we're barely getting started. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Gomez. Board Member Gomez, if I could just say, we had a conversation last week that was really impactful for me. You and I had a conversation where sometimes districts get scores and they run away and they revert back to past behaviors.
Yes.
And if you could just share that publicly, it was really impactful, I think, for me and the team to just hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I was thinking that when you hear a score and you see yourself at a 78, you automatically want to go back to, okay, we have to start test prep. It's, this is, we need to go back to what we thought was working. But then that goes back to the concept that we said, wrong things right, where it's like they are wrong. And right now we're pushing ourselves to do the right thing the way we're doing it, because we're showing our community that this is where we're at, this is our score. But it doesn't mean that this is not where we're gonna build from. This is where we're building from. This is our same place where we start. We're gonna grow from here. And I want the community to know that, so that we're not going back to just, let's erase everything that we're doing, change, the future and go back to test prep because that's not what we're going to do. And Dr. Sorensen shows that every single day that we're always changing with our strategic plan and everything moving forward. So I appreciate that and I thank you.
Thank you. It was really impactful. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, any other comments? Seeing that we have none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn this meeting at 11:48 PM.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned.